Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. They're the ones who make this institution tick. Special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The legislative session of Thursday, October 30th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Please rise as we ask Rajan Zed, President of the Universal Society of Hinduism, to lead us in the invocation, followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March.
It is an honor to read the invocation in this great hall of democracy of the Legislature of United States Virgin Islands. Starting with Gayatri Mantra, which is considered the most sacred mantra of Hinduism, I shall be reading from ancient Hindu scriptures, some as old as 1500 BCE in Sanskrit, then interpret in English. Om Bhur-bhuvah swah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Na Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who is inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May He stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya, Mrityur Mamratam Gamya. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara Asakto Hyacharan Karma Parama Panoti Purusha Karma Neva Hisam Siddhi Mastita Jankadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampa Shankar Tumra Hasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha Nobhanaktu, Saha Viryan Karba Bahai, Tejasvi Navadita Mastu, Ma Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together, may we be nourished together, may we work together with great vigor, may our study be enlightening, may no obstacle arise between us. Samni va akuti, samna hirdhyani va, samna mastu vo mano, yatha va susa hasti. United your resolve, united your hearts, may your spirits be at one, that you may long together dwell in unity and concord. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you.
Start singing. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajan Zed, President of the Universal Society of Hinduism. We really appreciate the blessings that you bestowed on us this morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, once again, colleagues. The decision we made today, or decisions we make today, will impact critical matters here in the territory. Important rezonings to provide affordable housing for our people. Will honor outstanding Virgin Islanders who have achieved excellence in their chosen careers. We'll vote on an amnesty period for residents and businesses who are experiencing the economic pressures of life. We'll provide supplemental funding and extensions for the 6th Constitutional Convention. And we will work on providing supplemental funding and a temporary lifeline for the most vulnerable members of the Virgin Islands community in an effort to stave off food insecurity as a result of the protracted federal government shutdown. This is a clear demonstration of the legislative and executive branches of government recognizing a critical problem, mobilizing forces, listening, and collaborating to solve this problem. Kudos to my colleagues in the first branch of government, Governor Bryan, Commissioner Avery George, Commissioner Kevin McCurdy, OMB Director Julia Reimer, and their teams for demonstrating responsible leadership at a critical time. Finally, the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands stand in strong solidarity with our Caribbean brothers and sisters and the island nations of Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, and all the islands affected by the destructive force of Hurricane Melissa. Colleagues, we have experienced the ravages of a Category 5 hurricane. So this isn't something that's abstract to us. We have felt it, and they say who feels it knows it. I'm experiencing a little PTSD just thinking about it. We extend our prayers and deepest sympathies to those who have lost loved ones and have suffered devastation. In times like these, the Caribbean spirit of resilience and unity must guide us forward as we support one another in recovery and rebuilding. May the Most High guide and protect all who's been impacted by the devastations of Hurricane Melissa. Finally, colleagues, we'd like to extend our best wishes for a speedy recovery for our colleague and friend, Legislative Secretary Avery Lewis, who is a little under the weather today. Mr. Secretary, get some rest, and we look forward to seeing you next Monday. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins, present. Senator Marie C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Here. Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Court A. Viale. Present. Senator Viale, present. Mr. President, 12 members present, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum, and we're therefore prepared to proceed. 3 of my colleagues whispered in my ears, Mr. President, don't forget the pages. So the pages are very, very important to session moving forward. So it is my honor to ask 2 legislative pages for the day, Mr. Yandel Williams and Mr. Stefanzo Jean Noel, to come forward so that they can be recognized. Yes. Okay, right. Okay, first on my left, we have Mr. Yandel Williams. Mr. Williams is a junior at the St. Thomas St. John Seventh-day Adventist School. He's a member of the STEM Club. He's vice president of the student government. His favorite subject is history. His hobbies are hiking, gardening, and you ready for this one? Surfing. Surfing. Extracurricular activities, he's a Red Cross volunteer. So Williams' career goal is to become an entrepreneur. And I know his mom is a serious entrepreneur, so he's definitely following in her footsteps. Welcome to you, Mr. Yandel Williams. Next, we have Mr. Stefanzo Jean Noel. Mr. Jean Noel is also a student at the St. Thomas St. John Seventh-day Adventist School. He is currently a senior. School activities, he's a member of the art club. His favorite subject is math. His hobbies, drawing. His extracurricular activities, audiovisual team. He's a member of the audiovisual team. And he is a Sabbath school teacher at the Ephesus, and I get it wrong again, Seventh-day Adventist School. His career goal is to become an engineer. I was telling him we need engineers in this territory. WAPA has a scholarship that they offer every year, so it would behoove him to apply for that scholarship as he's graduating next spring. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to spend the day with us. It's not for free because we are going to pay you a stipend. And most important thing that most of the students appreciate is we have a $1 million meal for you that you can definitely look forward to. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Let's give them a warm welcome and appreciation. You are Williams? Madam Clerk, we're going to reverse back and ask you to, if there are any pieces of correspondence, to be read into the record at this time.
Yes, Mr. President.
Can you please proceed?
Letter dated October 30th, 2025. The Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Honorable Senate President Potter, please accept this letter as a formal notice to be excused from today's session, scheduled for Thursday, October 30th, 2025, at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, due to a prior scheduled commitment. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. I ask that any documents circulated during this meeting be forwarded to my office. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. To the Honorable Milton E. Potter, President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senate President Potter, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to respectfully inform you that I am unable to attend today's regular session due to medical reasons. As such, please note my absence as excuse for this meeting. I note the importance of the items on the agenda, and I look forward to weighing in on the matters as soon as practicable. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Best regards, Avery Lewis, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Dwayne DeGraff as present. Please recall, as excused, please record Senator Avery Lewis also as excused. A session will stand in recess for 5 minutes. Good morning once again, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The session for Thursday, October 30th is back on the record. Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of our colleague, Senator Angel Bolquez. Welcome, Senator. And mark him as present. Thank you. Do I hear a motion? Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Agenda. Agenda into the record, Mr. President.
Withdraw the motion.
Withdraw.
Motion is withdrawn.
Yeah, withdraw the motion.
Motion is withdrawn. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record?
Consideration of nominations. Ms. Joan Foy, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board. Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, Esquire, Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. Consideration of zoning. Bill number 36-0128, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-4 to rezone parcel number 68A, Estate Lindberg, number 4A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from P Public to R-3 residential medium density. Bill number 36-0107, consideration of resolution. Consideration of resolution. Bill number 36-0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the field of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment. Consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pampa Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6-Y Peters Rest Road, Christian said, St. Croix in his honor. Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan. Bill number 36-0083, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property tax, income taxes, and gross receipt tax for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto. Bill number 36-0099, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, expanding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act. Bill number 36-0119, an act amending Act number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriated funds to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randolph Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix. Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprick Park to the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quail Bay Band and making an appropriation to effectuate the change. Bill number 36-0123. An act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, making it unlawful for a person who has 0.004% or more by weight of alcohol in his blood to operate a commercial motor vehicle, and making it unlawful for a person under the age of 21 years who has any detectable amount of alcohol in his blood to operate a motor vehicle. Bill number 36-0136, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, by adding new sections 1331 through 1336, mandating lethal weapon training for security guards and investigators. Bill number 36-0140, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 403, clarifying the term of service for members of the Historic Preservation Commission. Bill number 36-0141, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy. Bill number 36-0142, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members of the Board for the licensing and barbering and cosmetology. Bill number 36-0201, an act extending the deadlines for the 6th Constitutional Convention of the Virgin Islands and appropriating funding for the convention. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk. Do I hear a motion? Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, I move to waive all overrides, to waive special orders with the exception of Bill number 36-0202, which is labeled as a SNAP bill, and Bill number 36-0203, which is an Affordable Care Act resolution. And to reorder the agenda into 3 blocks, with block number 1 being the consideration of nominations, the consideration of zoning, the consideration of resolution to include Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pomper Liebod, and the resolutions. Block number 2, and that would be a 2-minute debate time, colleagues, for the first block. Block number 2 will consist of Bill number 36-0061, Bill number 36-0083, Bill number 36-0099, Bill number 36-0119 will be moved to the last block and will become the non-germane bill. Bill number 36-0119 will be on the last block, the last item on the last block, and will be the non-germane bill. Bill number 36-0121, Bill number 36-0123, Bill number 36-0136, that is block number 1, 3-minute, block number 2, thank you, 3-minute debate time. Third block, block number 36-0140, Bill number 36-0141, Bill number 36-0142, Bill number 36-0201, and Bill number 36-0119. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Novel E. Francis.
Go ahead. He's on the mic. He's not on the mic. Go ahead.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. The motion carries. Colleagues, we will now move to our committee reports.
Order in the House.
We will now move to committee reports. Senator Anga Bolkes Jr., are you prepared to offer your committee report at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks conducted a meeting on Friday, September 19th, 2025. The committee hearing was at the Earle Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, and the purpose of this hearing was twofold: to conduct oversight of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, and to review Bill number 36-0099, which addresses the response to elderly abuse in the Virgin Islands. In the first block, DSPR Commissioner Vincent Roberts was not available. However, the members of his leadership team appeared before the committee and provided testimony on the department's territorial operations, including updates on capital projects, program implementation, staffing limitations, and budget use. Senators expressed concern about delays in the facility repairs, limited access for persons with disabilities, and uneven programming across the districts. The committee called for clearer timelines, enhanced reporting, and stronger community engagement. In the second block, the committee reviewed Bill number 36-0099, which aims to strengthen the response to elderly abuse by establishing a multidisciplinary team within the Department of Human Services and improving coordination with the Department of Justice for protective orders. Testimony was provided by DHS Commissioner Avery George, Attorney General Gordon Rea, and AARP State Director Tony Deshabert Schuster,
Time.
all of whom voiced strong support for the legislation. And following the discussion, the bill was voted upon and passed favorably out of the committee. It has since cleared the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and is present before us in the full body for legislative session approval. Thank you for the time, Mr. President, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my office, central staff, and the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands. Our committee report, which is the Economic Development and Agriculture, to date, we've had a total of 4 committee meetings. The first was March 10th, an oversight by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the Office of Cannabis Regulation. All these were relating to enforcement, modernization, and the rulemaking and licensing readiness for their respective agencies. On April 16th, we had another committee meeting. We received testimonies from the Department of Agriculture, the UVI School of Agriculture, the local Food and Farm Council, and key partners in the farming business. The committee considered Bill number 36-0063, which dealt with gross receipts on taxes for contractors, and also Bill number 36-0019, which dealt with the credit and debit card surcharges, and Bill number 36-0063, which was later adopted. On June 9th, the committee had a meeting which dealt with the economic review of investments and small business growth strategies for the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority and the Bureau of Economic Research.
30
It
seconds.
also considered Bill number 36-0065 on the Port Authority warehousing renovation projects. On July 14th, we had a committee meeting that dealt with the operations and economic impact on the casino in the Virgin Islands. Additionally, on July 28th, I met with Diageo, USVI, and Cruiser Rum in regards to the new permanent rum cover-over agreement and the economic impact on the Virgin Islands. On September 8th, a committee meeting was scheduled but was postponed at
Time.
the request as testifiers. Mr. Chair, if I could conclude. At the additional, testifiers requested additional time to be prepared and to deliver a comprehensive and substantive testimony to us. So we delayed that till next month, which is going to be, the next committee meeting will be on the 10th of November, and subsequently there'll be another committee meeting on December the 8th. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert Frederick. Thank you for the work that you do in the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture on behalf of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and colleagues. Definitely, I am really excited to report that the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has convened 5 legislative committee hearings. The hearings were held as follows: Tuesday, July 22nd, Monday, September 8th, Monday, September 15th, Thursday, October 9th, and Thursday, October 23rd. For this period, the committee favorably voted on 9 of the governor's nominees, which included Commissioner Vincent Roberts, as Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, Mr. Erwin Raphael, nominee for the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Board, Ms. Chantel Quiones, nominee for the Historic Preservation Commission, Mr. Roy Moorhead for the Board of Parole, Mr. L. Damian Cartwright for the Virgin Islands Board of Land Use Appeal, Mr. Xavier Acevedo for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Dr. Sophia George for the Virgin Islands Government, Hospitals and Health Facility Corporation Directors, Attorney Mark Wiechnik, Historic Preservation Commission, Ms. Joan P. Foy of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Governing Board. Additionally, the committee received testimonies on 4 bills. Furthermore, the committee considered a grand total of 53 bills, of which 50 bills were favorably reported to this body. In conclusion, I wish to express my profound gratitude to the esteemed members of the Committee on Senator Kenneth Gittins, Angel Boquez Jr., Alma Francis Heiliger, Avery Lewis, and Clifford Joseph Sr., as well as you, Mr. President Milton E. Potter, for your invaluable contributions and active engagement during the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearings. The next committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 13, 2025, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Thank you for the work that you and your committee have been doing in a very important Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm pleased to report on the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, which successfully completed the fiscal year 2026 budget process on September 11th, when over 30 budget bills resulted from months of meetings and deliberations was successfully forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my very hardworking post-audit division in that whole budget process. My thanks to all of the committee members, non-committee members who supported the budget hearing this year. Your participation and perspective were critical to our collective accomplishment of a balanced budget. The committee also met on October 7th, where it considered Bill number 36-0083, which implements an amnesty period for property income and gross receipt taxes, as well as Bill number 36-0119, which funds the completion of the Dr. Randall James racetrack. After robust discussion, both bills were forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, November 4th, here at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, where we will consider 4 bills, and is also scheduled to meet on November 18th. I just want to remind the public, for transparency and accountability, that the central government finances are reported on a monthly basis on the IRB website, as well as the finance website. I encourage our community to visit those websites and see real-time info and updates. Again, revenues and expenditures equal budget. Please take the opportunity to view those and see for yourself what's happening and the collection reports on the behalf of the government, as well as people of the Virgin Islands. Continue to be good stewards of the government finances. We're going through some difficult time with the federal shutdown, and here in this institution, we continue to be ever mindful of that and take the necessary precaution to preserve and protect the limited revenues that we do have here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Finance Chair, and thank you and your team for the hard work along with the post-audit division. Next up, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. You're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you for the time, Mr. President. The Committee on Homeland Security and Justice Public Safety met on September 4th, 2025 on St. Croix. A quorum was met with 5 of 7 members being present, with 2 members excused. The committee heard testimonies and act on 4 measures. The measures considered were Bill number 360144, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 113. Bill number 360105, an act amending Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13. Bill number 360123, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43. Bill number 360136, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17. Bill number 36-0144, 36-0105, and 36-0123 were amended without objections. All 4 measures were voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further review and consideration. Following the September 4th, 2025 committee meeting, concerns were raised relative to Bill number 360144 and 360105. The sponsors of the measure met with the individuals at the organizations to discuss concerns raised. The co-sponsor of the measure, along with the members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, determined that due to the amendments being a substitute, that measures should be returned to the Committee on Jurisdiction for reconsideration. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary was duly notified verbally and in writing of this determination. The amendments have yet to be received from legal counsel. Once received, the
30 seconds.
committee will engage in an educate before legislature discussion. With the committee prior to the measures being reconsidered at the November 20th hearing, the Committee of Homeland Security and Justice Public Safety has also attempted to schedule the Bureau of Correction for an update hearing. The Bureau was invited to testify before the committee on October 17, but indicated in writing of their unavailability.
Time.
The scheduled hearing for the October 17th was postponed due to the unavailability of invited testifiers from the central government. An invitation to provide testimony at the November 20th, 2025 committee meeting was sent to the Bureau of Correction on October 17th, and on October 20th, a response was received indicating the Bureau would not be available as they have court appearance on proposed meeting day. The committee is working with the Bureau to identify a date so that the update on the operations of the Bureau can be received. That's my report, Mr. President. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would strongly suggest that your committee use your subpoena power to ensure the participation of those central government entities.
Thank you.
Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all in and outside the room. I am happy to report that the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning convened its most recent meeting on Thursday, October 16th, in the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room. During the meeting, the committee voted favorably on Bill number 36-0135, which establishes a structured and transparent process for expedited building permits through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The department also presented a detailed status update on the comprehensive land and water use plan, outlining progress in zoning reform, land conservation, and interagency coordination. Senators expressed strong support for sustained funding to address DPNR's staffing shortages and commended Commissioner Jean-Pierre Earle for the agency's progress in implementing the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, and expanding the territorial park system, including the acquisition of major conservation lands on St. Croix and St. Thomas. The committee also received testimony from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority regarding the progress of FEMA-funded recovery and modernization projects.
30 seconds.
Senators acknowledged WAPA's advancements in composite pole installation, undergrounding initiative, and solar energy integration, but raised concerns regarding unclear project timelines, incomplete fiscal data, and limited performance reporting. Members urged stronger accountability and improved communication to ensure the timely completion of projects and the efficient use of recovery funds. The hearing was marked by constructive and substantive engagement between senators and agency representatives, characterized by pointed yet collaborative discussions focused on transparency, resource management, and measurable outcomes. Overall, the committee demonstrated a unified commitment to effective oversight, interagency collaboration, and continued progress in advancing the territory's disaster recovery and infrastructure resilience goals. I want to say that I am very grateful for the constant presence of not only my committee members, but also the non-committee members who attend the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator James. Thank you to you and your committee members. Next up, we'll hear from Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairperson of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. You're recognized.
Good day, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience. October is Breast Cancer Month, and I'd like to just give you the results of the 5-year cancer plan that was recently completed. Approximately 400 Virgin Islands residents are diagnosed with cancer every year. Cancer is the second leading cause of death behind the cardiovascular diseases. And unfortunately, every year, approximately 125 residents succumb to cancer. Breast cancer in females is the #1 form of cancer, followed by colon cancer. In males, prostate cancer is #1, followed by colon cancer. In the community, colon cancer is the #1 form of cancer. On September 23rd, the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services hosted our second annual Community Health Fair in Emancipation Garden. Residents receive free health screening, wellness resources, and education from the Department of Health, the East End Medical Center, the Virgin Isles Center for Diabetes for Excellence, AARP, Global Medivac, SkyMed, Hospice, ABLE, the Department of Agriculture, Partners in Prevention and Stroke Awareness, Regrow Food. Thank you to every presenter, provider, volunteer, and participant. On October 28th, the committee convened in St. Thomas in this chamber in recognition of Breast Cancer Month. We, of course, urge residents to stay current with your mammograms and your health screening.
30 seconds.
The Charlotte Kindelman Cancer Center remains on track for substantial completion to reopen in February of 2026. In Block 1, we advanced Bill number 36-0086, sponsored by our Finance Chair, the Caregivers Leave Act, which will give working caregivers a small amount of paid time each month to handle essential duties like medical appointments and care coordination. Full-time government employees will also receive 4 hours per month leave, and employees at certain incentivized private employees would receive 2 hours per month to prevent abuse. Workers must provide simple proof within 48 hours that the time was used for caregiving. In Block 2, we received formal updates from the Virgin Islands Medical and Dental Boards about positions that needed filling, vacancies, strengthening legal and rulemaking capacity, and enabling online payments. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Thank you for the work that you and the committee have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands in the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. And I want to say the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, from the last session to this session, we have been working on a housing summit. We conducted 5 stakeholder meetings with many different entities, nonprofit, centralized government, and other agencies in respect to the housing space. Everyone from contractors to developers to insurance company, the banks, financial management, probate issues, many of the government agencies, the Lieutenant Governor's Office, DPNR, License and Consumer Affairs, WAPA. We dealt with also the Energy Office. We also included Workforce Development, which included the Department of Labor, and also other entities, too numerous to mention. But I must say that in respect to the goal of the summit, we actually did tours in the United States. My co-chair and I actually traveled to Orlando and looked at some innovative housing construction and also some other innovative materials. Additionally, I believe Senator Boquet was one of those tours also. She joined us there. I must say that it was very important that we did such in order to assure that the summit addressed the mission, which was assuring that there was access for individuals to attain loans in order to afford housing in territory. We know our price point is way high, so in order to create access, we try to see how we can be innovative and build more smarter, cheaper, in order to create access for individuals. So I want to thank all of my colleagues that attended the summit, which most of them did attend on the island of St. Croix. My former co-chair, Maurice James, Senator Novel Francis, Senator Kurt Vialli, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Franklin Johnson on the island of St. Croix and St. Thomas, Senator Angel Boquet, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca. And I must say, I really appreciate you guys. We all understand the crisis, we understand the issue, and we are trying to be creative moving forward in terms of creating access for people in the territory. Again, thank you so much for the time. And Senator Pata, Mr. President, I know you are off island, but the summit was one of your ideas also. You always talked about it. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Thank you for the hard work that you and the committee have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. I am really saddened that I was not able to make that housing summit, but I heard great things about it. I'll attend the next one. Housing, affordable housing is such a critical issue here in this territory. So anything that we can do to move the needle to make it more affordable to our people is a big thing. So congratulations and thank you for your efforts. Next, we're going to ask Senator Kurt Vialli to proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin with my committee report, I really want to commend the chair of the Housing Committee. What you saw with that Innovative Housing Summit was not the result of a couple months of work. It's the result of years of work and actually meeting with individuals on a regular basis and trying to come up with solutions as to how we'll be able to solve the housing crisis in the Virgin Islands. And the good thing about the Innovative Housing Summit was that it showed options that are more affordable to build. And that was really good. So congratulations on the job well done, Senator. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development last meeting was on October 26, 2025. It was a meeting in which we were unable to move bills forward, but a meeting in which we had robust discussion on educational issues facing the Virgin Islands. And we had a real good discussion on kindergarten and preschool, that we were able to get different insight, final population, impact of federal funds, etc. And we also had a discussion on the Pledge of Allegiance and the VI motto in schools. And the last bill we did not get a chance to actually vet because the sponsor said that she's going to withdraw the bill and she's going to put some more work into it and bring the bill back. The next meeting is going to be on November 12th, 2025. It's going to be, I consider, a very good meeting. We're going to be discussing the implementation of VI history. There's just been a lot of blame throwing back and forth. So we're bringing all of them to the table and we're saying, well, you need to tell us what you're actually doing, because it's more than the Department of Education implementing VI history. It also has a lot to do with the Board of Education and how that is going to be structured and credits and everything else. So we're telling them, come to the table and you give us an honest presentation as to how we'll be able to move forward, instead of everybody just saying, well, we need it, we need it. Let's sit down and see what is going to happen. And then a conversation will take place.
30 seconds.
We have avoided in the Virgin Islands for a while, and it's the use of cell phone in school. So we're going to discuss that. The impact on high school, whether or not it is good or whether or not it is taken away from learning. And there are studies throughout the US, Europe, Australia, New Zealand that has data. And we're going to ask for that report in the Virgin Islands as to the impact and receive feedback, especially from the high school. We want to know that high school impact. So we're going to have that discussion. And then lastly, we'll have a discussion with the Bureau of School Construction. We're going to be bringing them back. We know we still have a lot of issues. BCB closed on a regular basis. Schools in St. Croix where the work has not been completed. Payment of outstanding payment to vendors that have stopped doing work in the school. We're going to bring the Department of Education and the Bureau to the legislature. We're just going to ask those pointed questions because this body have been going over this for years. But with this legislature, from January, February, school visits, discussion. So we need an update, and we need to hear some progress in reference to the cafeterias in St. Croix that are still closed, Claudio Marco, Eulalie Rivera. No work is being done. I just visited them last week. But thank you, Mr. President. We'll have more discussion when that date comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cord Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Thank you for the work that you and the members of the committee, as well as other members of this body, have been doing with regards to education in our territory. Education is a great equalizer, as we all know, and I'm very much stimulated by the discussion on cell phone in schools. That is a huge, huge issue. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to special order Bill number 36-0202 to be added as the first item on today's agenda for immediate consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Novell E. Francis. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Viola, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to special order Bill number 36-0203, a resolution petitioning the Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as a full participant in the Affordable Care Act and be placed as the last item under the block with resolution, consideration of resolution. I so move.
Probably moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Clifford Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to move to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I ask for this point of personal privilege to acknowledge and extend condolence to Zonita Bodo Singh, my employee who lost her mom. Bodo Singh's been very wonderful people to me. From the time I met them, they stuck to my side. And her passing was pretty much untimely. And that family is hurting, and I ask everyone to reach out to them, extend our condolence and prayers. Very wonderful people, loving family. You know, when I got the news Saturday morning, I was shook up for a while. Didn't expect something like that to shake me up, but it sure did. So I extend my condolence to them. I also want to take this moment to extend a happy birthday to my mother. Today is her birthday, 87 years old and strong. She woke up this morning to a big breakfast from my brother. And then lunch, my next brother will take care of, and I can't wait to get home to do my part. So happy birthday, Mommy. God bless. Thank you very much. Elinor Seeley. Thank you. Better known as Mama Eat Well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. Please extend our condolences on the passing of Ms. Singh. And please extend our greetings and happy birthday to your mom. We had an opportunity to meet her from time to time over the years when you're being sworn in or at events here and there. She's a special person. You're very fortunate to still have your mom. Many of us in here don't have that privilege, so it's a blessing. The red pea soup lady. All right, colleagues, we're going to move on with our agenda. Point of information, Senator Angabolkes, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of information, just want to clarify that are we moving forward as is, or can a special order be brought at any time during the session?
Well, we agreed that we would not have any more special orders other than the two, the Affordable Care Act initiative as well as the SNAP bills. So we voted on that, and we already established that. So there's no additional special orders for this day, unfortunately, Senator Bogus.
Well,
What was the question?
I'd like to offer a special order. Motion. Motion, Mr. President.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to special order bill number 36-0194, a special order, an act urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI, to further support economic growth and development in the Virgin Islands and the wider Caribbean region. Be added to the block where resolutions, block 2. For resolutions, I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes, seconded by Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, objected to by Senator Kenneth Gittens. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Oh, Senator Blyden, not voting. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
No.
Senator Gittens, nay. Senator Maurice C. James.
No.
Senator James, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
I'm not going to vote.
Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
No.
Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, nay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, nay. Mr. President, 2 yeas, 8 nays, 3 absent, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion fails. Colleagues, we're going to move forward with the agenda for the day. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 1? Oh, yeah.
Bill number 36-0202. Sorry. Bill number 36-0202. An act appropriating the sum of $2.77 million from the Budget Stabilization Fund to the Department of Human Services to cover the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, deficit resulting from the federal government shutdown of 2025. 2025, sorry.
2025. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we please have a roll call on the first bill in Block 1?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0202, an act appropriating the sum of $2.77 million from the Budget Stabilization Fund to the Department of Human Services to cover the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, deficit resulting from the federal government shutdown of 2025 has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Just want to make it clear that we prioritize placing this bill as the first item on our agenda because of the urgency of the matter. It will be immediately forwarded to the governor for further action so that we can get the supplemental assistance checks in the hands of the most vulnerable of us in the U.S. Virgin Islands to bridge the gap and to address the potential issue of food insecurity in our territory. So thank you very much, colleagues, for your actions in this matter. Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, we're going to get you queued up to begin voting on the first block. Can you please, Madam Clerk, read the first block on our agenda for today?
The first block is the resolution just vote on that. It can. That's what we just vote on snap. They put it as the first thing to get out of it. Yes, vote yes. Block 1, consideration of nominations. Ms. Joan Foy, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board. Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, Esquire, Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. Consideration of zoning. Bill number 36-0128, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-4 to rezone parcel number 68A, Estate Lindberg Bay, number 4A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from P Public to R-3 residential medium density. Consideration of resolutions. Bill number 36-0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the fields of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment. Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6-Y Peters Rest Road, Christian said, St. Croix, in his honor. Bill number 36-0203, a resolution petitioning the Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as full participants in the Affordable Care Act. This concludes the reading of block number 1, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff of this institution. I rise in support of several sections in regards to the nominations of Ms. Joan Foy for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I also support the nomination for Mr. Mark Wiechnik, Esquire, for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation. I had an opportunity to interview these individuals in their plight, and I think they're very well qualified to hold these positions. I think it's important that we continuously seek out people that understand and have well-rounded knowledge as it relates to being members of various boards. And I think these two individuals, Ms. Foy, who has worked at WAPA for many, many years and is very well versed with the finances and some of the issues that WAPA have, I think she will definitely be a good fit. And Mr. Wiechnik, when it comes to preservation, he was very well knowledgeable, as he has currently not only worked with historic preservation prior, but also is renovating one of the many, many historic buildings here in the territory, Hotel 1829, as the new owner, and dealing with quite a bit of renovations. As it relates to resolution to honor and commend Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, I think when we all heard the testimony, and many of us that know him over the years and know what he was capable of and what he has done in regards to helping people in this community, he had a vast array of testifiers that sang his praise. And I am a full supporter of anyone that continues to make sure that when we take the time out to praise our individuals here in the territory, we definitely do it. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. I finally would like to just quickly speak on the resolution for the Affordable Care Act. I fully support that. And as it relates to the consideration of the zoning, I am 100% in support of housing here in the community. I had several questions in regards to this particular project, but as I sit here and listen to everyone, I will continue to do a little bit more research and make a decision accordingly. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Today's a wonderful day. I definitely rise in support of both nominees. Both nominees bring wealth of experience in the area in which they're about to serve. Ms. Joan Foy, with her experience in WAPA and now being on that board, I think that would be a big asset to the WAPA board. And Mr. Mark Wiechnik, which showed his experience based on his testimony, will be a great asset to that commission. I definitely support the resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, which happened to be my doctor at a younger age, some 20 years or more ago. Very wonderful man, deserving this honor. And he's still at this age doing some practicing and researching. So he is still marching to the beat and still continue looking for new ways of dealing with the eyes. And one of the procedures that he did, which is a pterygium, it's actually named after him. So he was the leading doctor in doing a pterygium. I also support the honoring of Mr. Pumpa, the ambassador. Gentleman might have born someplace else, but I'm telling you, whenever he go any place, he represents the Virgin Islands with distinct honor. He does not perform out of his territory and don't let the world know that he's representing the Virgin Islands. Also, the resolution.
30 seconds.
The resolution to petition Congress with the Affordable Care Act. Definitely support that. Sometimes you look at these measures, we are not in a part of it, but yet we suffer some, bearing some brunt because of this particular measure right now as we go. That act rezoning that property in Lindberg, I have a lot of questions, and at the appropriate time, I'll share my vote. But one man, one vote. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of the nominees for the Water and Power Authority and for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. I had the opportunity to vet both of the nominees in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and I know that they are more than capable of fulfilling their mandates as board members on these boards. As for Bill number 36-0107, honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, I'm in favor of this and his outstanding achievements in the areas of medicine and public health here in the Virgin Islands and abroad. In addition to 36-0058, honoring and commending our soca artists, Dennis Pumpa, Lennox Leroy Liebert Jr., for his contributions to Virgin Islands culture, the music, and being a Virgin Islands ambassador. And as well, the resolution pertaining to petitioning Congress concerning the Affordable Care Act. In addition, I was hoping to provide the special order, but it is a good bill that really reflects on the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which is due to expire in 2030. It did not make it on this agenda, but it is a bill that, colleagues, I would like you all to review. It's been circulated. It is something that we're going to be up against in 2030, and that Caribbean Basin Initiative, which also speaks to our rum cover over taxes and other things that we benefit from, is due to expire, and it needs to modernize, and it needs to be expanded so that the Virgin Islands can move forward on a more economically viable future. Concerning the zoning 36-0128, I'm a proponent of housing here in the Virgin Islands, among all of you as well.
Time.
And I believe more housing, Mr. President, if I may wrap up. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I believe the expansion of more affordable housing for our people is always a plus, so I am in favor and looking forward to supporting that measure at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good morning again, viewing and listening audience, colleagues, my staff and central staff. I rise to support Bill number 36-0202. I want to commend my colleagues for us moving so expeditiously on getting this bill up to Government House so we could show our strong support for those of us who are in need at this time. This is a very critical time. We suffer greatly whenever something happens on the mainland. It affects us tremendously. And this is our way of trying to take care of those people who are less fortunate that needs to eat. And we have to make sure they have something in their stomach. So I strongly support this bill, and I pray that Congress could move quickly to resolve their issues so the territory don't have to pull money from our rainy day fund to feed our people. In reference to the two nominees, I totally support these two nominees for the Water and Power Authority and the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. Reading their bios, looking at the Rules and Judiciary Committee hearing, I could see these two individuals were well suited and vetted appropriately to serve. And that's what we're looking for, people who are competent, capable, and knowledgeable. So I strongly support those two nominations. In reference to bill number 36-0121, amending the zoning map so that we could have more affordable housing. Clearly, that's an economic development mechanism, and I strongly support us expanding that in every possible way. I support all the measures in this block, Mr. President. So at further time, I will cast my vote accordingly. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Definitely Ms. Joan Foy for the Virgin Islands, Water and Power Authority Governing Board, as well as Attorney Mark Wiechnik for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. These are individuals who are dedicated and committed to serve the people of the Virgin Islands in the capacity in which they were nominated. I want to also give kudos to the governor for sending down qualified, competent, and dedicated persons to fill these critical boards. I also rise in support of the 3 resolutions that are on the agenda on this block today. Bill number 36-0107, which is a resolution commending and honoring Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, as well as bill number 36-0058, who is honoring and commending Dennis Pumpa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr., the gentleman with a green beard, and who is highly intelligent and have been able to earn a bachelor's degree. And finally, I rise in support of bill number 36-0203, which is a resolution petitioning Congress of the United States to amend the federal law to include the U.S. Virgin Islands in the Affordable Care Act. I rise in support of all of these measures because they are meaningful to our people and also to bring some highlight and honor to persons. I also want to rise in support of bill number 36-0202, which we are giving some support to very needy people in our community, given what is happening in Washington, D.C. I want to thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time, and I stand ready to support and vote on these measures. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I rise in support of all of the measures in this particular block. And I'll be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to commend you, Mr. President, in terms of your foresight in ensuring that we put aside and identify the rainy day fund as the seed money that will be made available to assist in this program. I certainly commend you for that and leading the charge on the behalf of the 36th Legislature in making that happen.
Thank you, sir.
Kudos. Of course, Bill, the 2 nominees on this particular block, Joan Foy, come with a wealth of experience, both as a practitioner as well as her credentials working at the Virgin Islands Water Authority for many, many years, and now assuming a position on the board. I think that she'll be a valuable asset to the board and definitely could help to move the needle in being able to provide some financial advice and support to that authority. Attorney Mark Wiechnik, again, an individual that have some experience in the area. He's certainly an attorney, has a lot of the statute regulations before him, as well as his role in being able to build out Hotel 1829 and have gone through the whole preservation process himself. He certainly could assist in that endeavor and hopefully be able to make some considerable changes and being able to assist individuals of pursuing the historic preservation's approval in the near future. I also stand in support of the consideration of the zoning as well as the resolution in this particular block. Dr. Alfred Andrews, a renowned ophthalmologist that have made his mark throughout the Virgin Islands and beyond. He's an author and has written several books, two of which I have in my library myself. I think that the guy is great. We look forward to that. The other two measures, Pumper, I certainly support the A-list and being able to get Pumper recognized. And the road has been paved in Peter's Rest, as promised. So that's one of those fast resolution that asks for the road to be paved, and before the ink is dry, the road has been paved. So kudos, Derek Gabriel. Lots more roads to pave, but thank you for doing that one, and as well as Public Works and getting that done. And of course, the resolution to petition Congress in consideration of the participation in the Affordable Cares Act. I certainly rise in support of that as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for the time, Mr. President. I rise to support most of the items in this block. Ms. Foy is a farmer, 29-year plus employee of the Water and Power Authority. She got extensive knowledge of the authority in itself, so she'll be a fine board member for WAPA. And Attorney Wiechnik, I hope, and I'm saying it right, is an experienced attorney who has background in the historic preservation. So I think he's going to be a perfect fit. I cannot, in a clear conscience, support Bill number 360128. The rezoning request, I am about constantly being fair. And for me, there are too many unanswered questions for me on this measure. Yeah, there are too many unanswered questions on this particular measure anyway. Because I'm kind of surprised that we got a young 340 group came here to do stuff, and they're still waiting on housing to clear that little gap. And here we come, outside person come in here, and we could done ready to speed up. But again, I am for housing, never against housing for sure. Affordable housing. I thank my colleague on his expo for sure. Our summit, the summit that was, again, like my other colleague remind us, that is longer than I term here in the Senate. So again, congratulations without a tongue on that one. And for sure I'll be supporting the resolutions honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, not just for being an outstanding physician in itself, but hey, this is one physician I see that encourage and knows horrible as well. So and that was clear in the testimony. He also knows horrible and trusts the horrible market. So that went a long way with me. Yeah, the road is already paved. I saw that myself too. So Dennis Pumper, Lennox Leroy Labors Jr., I'm in support. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Mary C. James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all these measures except one in this block. I first also want to commend you for your leadership in making sure that our people will not go hungry this weekend.
Thank you.
And that's important. And also to say that I am grateful for being a Virgin Islander. I'm grateful that we were able to do this because sometimes some governments are not. I also want to say that, of course, the two nominees, Ms. Foy and Attorney Wiechnik, are well-versed and steeped in the knowledge necessary to serve in their respective areas that they were nominated in. The resolutions honoring Dr. Andrews, who I was also a patient of Dr. Andrews, so of course I'm very happy that we are honoring him. Pompa, the young musician, soca artist, warmed my heart. Even the next day when I saw the news articles that showed his beautiful smile, and I agree too, wherever he goes, he represents us well, Virgin Islanders. The resolution to Congress for inclusion in the Affordable Care Act, that's very, very important that at this time we point out that in fact we are not beneficiaries of an affordable care program that is now in the midst of debate and preventing us from moving forward and getting the programs that we are entitled to. With respect to the rezoning, the zoning, my vote is actually just really and truly a protest vote. First things first, the LBJ residents and the island of St. Croix need to be addressed by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Before the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority considers this application for CBDG mitigation funds. It's pure principle that I'm standing on right now. Other than that, I support housing. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mary C. James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I too support all of the bills in this block. 3602, I wanted to give a little bit of detail because this is a crisis that began to unfold on October 10th when the U.S. Department of Agriculture Food Nutrition Service Program issued some formal guidance regarding the states and territories to hold their November SNAP issuance. And you know, this is a lifeline for many people in our community, thousands, young children, elderly. And it's so important, and we have to congratulate all my colleagues of the 36th Legislature that found a way to be able to provide this assistance, and also to the governor's financial team. You know, these are not abstract numbers or statistics. These are our children, our cousins, our aunts, our friends, even maybe our grandparents. So this is so important that we get this done. Also, the nominations, Joan Foy, you know, brilliant lady, a lot of experience in WAPA. There couldn't be even a more deserving person. As a matter of fact, I was with her up in the BVI just a few weeks ago. We went to the funeral of the honorable, long-time, you know, distinguished career professional, Miss Parsons. We went to a funeral up there, so shout out to all my BVI family and friends. Mr. Wiechnik has a lot of experience in the Hotel 1829, another wonderful nominee. I'm in support of all of these. Popa, Dr. Andrews, all of these are Pompa, Pumpa, P-U-M-P-A. Wonderful musician, awesome, Dr. Andrews, and also the resolution. Yes, well, Sir Popa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I do write in support of all of the bills in this block. In respect to the nominations, Ms. Joan Foy and Mr. Wiechnik, Esquire, I agree in terms of this honoring, in terms of being on the board. It's very important that we put competent, experienced people on different boards to assure that the work is carried out accordingly. When it comes to consideration of resolutions, I do support all three nominees, Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, Dennis Pompa Lennox, Ambassador, and also a resolution petitioning Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as full participants in the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act is very, very important, especially at this time when it comes to our people here in the territory. It's critical that they do include us in that endeavor, which is most important. And finally, bill number 36-0128. I want to encourage my colleagues, my former co-chair and my current chair, in respect to supporting this zoning request. We all know it has been stated time and time again, we do have a housing crisis here in the territory, especially in the St. Thomas St. John district. There is no land to even build homes here in the territory. And this zoning request basically will assist 126 individuals, families, to actually have a place to call home. I do support the residents of LBJ. We must find a way to assist them also. And I have reached out to the director for HFA, and we will be meeting with him sometime next week in respect to that situation. But let's not confuse the two. Okay, they all deserve it, and we will work to assure that they all get assistance moving forward. So I ask and implore you guys to please support this zoning request, because it's only going to assist our people, Virgin Islanders, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. We all one. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Violet, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two bills in this particular block, and then I'll vote appropriately on all the items in this block. But I want to take the time to commend Dr. Andrews, crucian of the soil, that has done great things in healthcare. And I'm happy that I have been able to recognize him for the great work that he has done for the community. Well, colleagues, I want to focus on bill number 36, the 0203, a resolution petitioning the Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as a full participant in the Affordable Care Act. Right now, the federal government is closed. The federal government is shut down. One issue is driving this shutdown along with a number of minor issues. But the one main issue is access to the Affordable Care Act and subsidies to stop the premiums from increasing. And that has been the constant cry, that the people of the United States cannot afford for the insurance premiums to rise. While I have looked at this whole discussion, the irony is that Virgin Islanders have no access to the Affordable Care Act. Virgin Islanders don't even have the opportunity to decide whether or not they can afford it. There's no access. So this resolution is asking the government of the United States of America, Congress, the White House, the Senate, that while you argue to be able to subsidize for Americans to be able to afford health care Americans in the Virgin Islands do not have that access. So we're asking to be included, and the body, every single senator, have signed on to advance this measure. And we had a discussion with our delegate to advance this measure, seeking full inclusion. So we hope that this is resolved for all the Americans so they can have access to health care, but the Virgin Islands want the same access. Right. So that individuals that are working for private business, that they would have the opportunity to enter the marketplace and to be able to receive insurance. And if we are successful in our petition, it is going to help our hospitals because the number of individuals that are insured are going to increase. It's going to improve the quality of health care. It's going to improve lives in the Virgin Islands where individuals are not fighting sickness in isolation.
Time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kurt VLA. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I just want to correct the majority leader there for 1 second. It's not if we are successful, but when we are successful. At the appropriate time, Mr. President, I do support all the measures in this block, and I will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Very impressed. Colleagues, I absolutely rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Beginning with Ms. Joan Foy, I think the governor made a very wise choice in appointing her to serve on the WAPA board. Ms. Foy was a former employee, long-term employee of the Water and Power Authority. She has a very strong fiscal background. She is known and noted for her work ethic and her commitment. I think as we begin to transform WAPA, we need a strong, knowledgeable board. I think Ms. Foy would be a welcome addition to that board, and I definitely commend the choice of her to serve on the board. Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, I do not know the gentleman, but I had an opportunity to look at his resume and application. He has a strong background in historic preservation in our territory. And he will also be a very valuable addition to the commission. I understand that he was a principal of Hotel 1829, and I don't know if any of you had an opportunity to visit it lately. You can see the work, the careful and work that was done that's true to the history of the times when the building was first erected. So good choice. I will support Mr. Wiechnik. Bill number 36-0128. Look, we are absolutely in a affordable housing crisis. We are at crisis levels here in the Virgin Islands. Similar to the United States. It's a crisis level in the United States, but it is far worse in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Finding safe, clean, affordable housing in the territory is a struggle, and this bill provides an opportunity for us to have a number of units transform an area right now that is in bad shape, transform it into a viable community center, really. I am absolutely in support of that initiative. With regards to the resolutions, of course, we all honor and respect one of our own, Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews, and the major contributions he's made in the field of medicine over the years. It is great to honor, as I always say, progressive communities, honor and support and recognize those among us who have achieved excellence. And Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews is absolutely one of those individuals. Mr. Dennis Pumpal Lennox Leroy Leiber, the man with many names. I am absolutely in support of honoring this young man also. I was saying some time ago, I was just looking at TV I wasn't looking at the screen, I was just listening, and I heard a voice, an accent at an award ceremony. I think it was the Caribbean Music Awards or something like that. I said, this person has to be somebody from the VI. I looked up, I saw the green beard and the green hair, and I said, that's Pumpa. You know, so it's really an honor to be able to support his recognition and recognize him for his serious contributions to the territory, and the fact that no matter where he goes, you know he's from the Virgin Islands. He doesn't keep it a secret. We honor and respect that. And finally, Bill number 36-0203, the resolution to petition Congress for the VI's participation in the Affordable Care Act. When we are successful in that regard, I think it could be a real game changer here in our territory. So at the appropriate time, I plan to vote affirmatively for all the items in block number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in this block?
Ms. Joan Foy, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board.
Can you proceed with the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yeah. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Yes. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you. Please record Senator Kenneth Gittins' vote as yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the nomination of Miss Joan Foy, the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Can you please call up the next item, please?
Mr. Mark Wiechnik, Esquire, Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Yes. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Mark M. Wiechnik, the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 36, that's 0128. An act amending official zoning map number STZ-4 to rezone parcel number 68A, Estate Lindberg Bay, number 4A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from P public to R3 residential medium density.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, we have 9 yeas, 3 nays, 3 absent.
Thank you very much. Please record Senator Kenneth Gittens' vote as yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0128, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-4 to rezone parcel number 68A, Estate Lindberg Bay, number 4A, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from P public to R3 residential medium density, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please.
Bill number 36, that's 0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the fields of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Reese C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0107, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Alfred Lee Andrews for his outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the field of medicine, science, public health, and community empowerment, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please.
Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pompa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6Y Estate Peters Rest Road, Christiansted St. Croix in his honor.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0058, an act honoring and commending Dennis Pompa Lennox Leroy Liber Jr. for his many contributions to the Virgin Islands culture and music industry as a soca artist by awarding him the official key to the territory and naming the main entrance of 6Y Peters Rest Road, Christiansted St. Croix in his honor, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the final item in the block, please?
Bill number 36-0203, and a resolution petitioning Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as full participants in the Affordable Care Act.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you.
Senator
Yes.
Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0203, a resolution petitioning the Congress of the United States to amend federal law to include the Virgin Islands as full participants in the Affordable Care Act, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the items in the agenda for Block 2 into the record?
Block number 2, Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 7 06 and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university, if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan. Bill number 36-0083, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto. Bill number 36-0099, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, expanding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act. Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Lindberg Park, the TSK Park, in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quail Bay Band, and make it an appropriation to effectuate that change. Bill number 36-0123. An act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, making it unlawful for a person who has 0.04% or more by weight of alcohol in his blood to operate a commercial motor vehicle, and making it unlawful for a person under age 21 years of age who has any detectable amount of alcohol in his blood to operate a motor vehicle. Bill number 36-0136, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, by adding new sections 1331 through 1336, mandating lethal weapon training for security guards and investigators. This concludes the reading of Block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues will stand in recess for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Session is back on the record. We're going to move directly to debate time. 3-minute debate time on the bills. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff. I rise in support of many pieces here in this particular block. As it relates to Bill 360061, this particular one has to do with the annuity of the government and the University of the Virgin Islands. We had an opportunity to hear them testify in regards to this piece of legislation, basically allowing for individuals to come back when they have retired and while receiving their salary. There are some positions in government that are very critical, and sometimes when people have moved on, their ability to return is very helpful. 360083, establishing an amnesty. I support amnesties. I think they're a great way to make sure that we get an influx of cash into our general fund, but I also encourage our taxpayers to try our best to at least, keep up with your taxes as much as you can, that you don't have to wait for an amnesty. 360099, Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act. This is very self-explanatory. We should never, as a society, be involved in really abusing those that have come before us and have taken care of us and have helped charted the pathway for us to even be sometimes great adults. And at the end of the day, if we have to create laws to make sure that they are protected from predators and individuals that choose to take advantage of them and abuse them, I always am in support of that. As it relates to 360121, this is a great thing to rename the park after Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, because I think it's very important that we pay homage to those that continue to promote the culture of this territory, that make sure they do whatever they can so that no matter what, I am always proud to be a Virgin Islander. As it relates to 36123, this one also is a no-brainer, where if you are going to be consuming alcohol, you have to be responsible. But if it gets to the point that you become over-intoxicated, you should not be operating certain types of vehicles for commercial purposes, because you could do a whole lot more damage, and a lot of damage, actually. So I'm definitely in support of us putting these things on the books.
30 seconds.
And finally, 36-0136. As it relates to adding sections to the code mandating lethal weapon training for security guard and investigators. I think a lot of times, I've heard the joke rent-a-cop, where sometimes our security officers are not trained, they're not well-versed in a variety of things, and I think this is important to take them to another level in actually executing and getting their jobs done and actually securing the people they were hired to secure. So thank you, Mr. President, for the time, and I look forward to when we have an opportunity to vote on these bills.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support all of these measures in this block. I definitely support Act number 360061. Just about all other government agencies have that opportunity to come back and receive their annuity. And it was just only fair to make sure that we included UVI. So it's no secret is that this isn't happening. It's just that UVI was not a part of that measure. So that's just an act amending, making sure that folks who work at UVI has that same opportunity and benefit like all other government agency. In regards to Bill number 360083, the 90 days amnesty, this is going to give us a little cushion, especially at that point in time where we're not generating and bringing in revenues. When people hear amnesty, a lot of times people go forward to pay their property tax and different tax. So definitely in support of that measure. And Bill number 360099, an act amending Virgin Islands Code chapter expanding the elder and dependent adult abuse prevention. Many times, if you have the experience of carrying seniors to the doctor office for the checkup, whatever, many times the doctor asks that question. The first time I experienced it, I was shocked to hear the doctor asking the individual that I took assisting them. But it's a good question. It's a good question for the doctors to ask them, because that's the only way sometimes you get to find out and hear from those individuals that they're being abused. Bill number 360121, an act amending renaming Lindberg Park. No question, no doubt, Stanley deserved to have that honor for the culture, the history, and the music that they continue taking throughout this territory. Remember one time they had some petitions stopping them, and we had to actually pretty much go and get a court order to make sure. And then the laws was changed to make sure that that serenading that Stanley them do every Christmas time of the year throughout the town, that it was law and they was allowed to continue with their serenading. Bill number 360123. Drunk driving is against the law. In this bill, this amendment seeks to make sure, and this is pretty much coming in compliant with the states.
30
where
seconds.
People who drive in heavy equipment, big trucks, 0.04%. It's important that we do this, because many times you're driving on the highways and you see these big trucks traveling with enormous speed. You got to make sure that these people are doing what's right, because when these trucks hit, they're not going to hit one car. They're going to hit 4, 5, 6 cars. So we got to make sure that those drivers are even to a lower level. And then bill number 360136, an act amending Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 11, by adding new section mandating folks that are doing security that they get lethal weapon training.
Time.
It's important. May I complete this, Mr.?
Yes, you may.
It's important that when folks are out there doing this type of night duty that was not trained, that was not law enforcement, that they do get this type of training, carrying the firearm, knowing how to use it, when to use it, to make sure that whilst they're doing these different jobs, they don't put the community at risk and hurt folks because they wasn't trained properly with their weapon. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting in all of these measures. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Angel Albolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the bills in this block. From 360061, the GERS retirees at the University of the Virgin Islands, providing the retirees the opportunity to continue to receive their annuities while serving at UVI. 36-0083, the 90-day tax amnesty, a fair chance to try to catch up on those back taxes without receiving any penalties. I'm in support of recovery and encouraging compliance and strengthening government operation and its people. As for bill number 36-0099, elder and dependent adult protections, I fully support the expansion protections for our seniors and elderly or older persons, dependent adults. Every Virgin Islander deserves safety, dignity, and care, and this bill strengthens our current laws so that we're able to now institute what is considered to be a multidisciplinary team, which works with many different agencies, the Department of Justice, also the AARP, Virgin Islands Police Department, and these individuals, these stakeholders are responsible for trying to enhance elderly protections for our elderly persons or older persons here in the Virgin Islands. So I'm looking forward to supporting that to pass the finish line. As for the renaming of the Carl Lindberg Park to Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, whose music has been entertaining us with our cultural music of the Virgin Islands, which is Quelby. We want to support Stanley and all that they do, and we want to continue to support our entertainment and music here in the Virgin Islands. As for 36-0123, aligning the alcohol limits to national safety standards when it comes to the protections of passengers and drivers operating these commercial vehicles. I want to thank the sponsor for that bill as well. And of course, 36-0136, security training standards, for security officers in different trainings that may be required in their responsibilities as security officers. So, Mr. President, I thank you for the time and look forward to voting on these measures at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my staff and central staff, and the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands, of course. I stand in support of all the bills that are in this block, particularly bill number 36-001, which refers to government employees who have an annuity from an existing job that they once had. There's no reason why they should not continue to get it. Once you put in the time, you earn the annuity, the retirement, it's yours. And I find that this should have been a no-brainer, but you know, that's our job, to codify it so now we know you could get paid, whether it's the federal government, the local government, I don't care which government, which entity, you earn it, is yours, don't worry about it. And if you want to work again, you're welcome to work, and it won't affect your retirement. In reference to bill number 36-0083, a 90-day amnesty for taxpayers who haven't been paying their taxes on time. I'm asking the community, those people who have not paid, use this opportunity to pay your taxes. I know some people have called my office and asked me when this bill was going to come, as if they assume it always is going to come. It doesn't have to come. And it came again, and let's use this opportunity to pay up our taxes, because that's our responsibility as good citizens of this territory. I don't know if it's going to happen again. No one in here knows if that was going to happen again, but it's happening now, so let's take advantage of it. In reference to bill number 36-0099, Elderly and Dependent Care Abuse Prevention Act. My colleague was a sponsor of this wonderful bill. I thought this was a great piece of legislation that should have been in place. I don't know how we missed it, but now we've got it, and I think it's going to be good for young people and elderly people to have some form of protection. So thank you, bill sponsor, for this. Bill number 36-0121, renaming Peter Carl Lindberg Park to 10 Sleepless Nights Park. As a former musician, I could tell you, we don't get too many accolades. And this is one way to immortalize the work that our musicians have done. I kind of wish they did one for Liquid Sounds Brass, but that's okay. This is what we need to see. We need to make sure that we give homage to the musicians that's made our culture what it is today. And I am excited about this bill, and I will be there again this year for Christmas to celebrate with the 10 Sleepless Nights. Mr. President, my time has been called, but I support the other two measures in this block. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support and in favor of all of the bills listed in this block. I want to start first with the bill number 36-0136, which requires persons who are security guards, and if they have a firearm, security guards and investigator, to be trained to utilize those type of tools. 36-0123, which requires that commercial drivers have a certain percentage of alcohol in their bodies, and making it unlawful for a person under the age of 21 years who has any detectable amount of alcohol in their blood to operate a motor vehicle. So I'm in favor of that bill as well. Bill number 360121, which is a resolution and a bill renaming the Peter Call Lindberg Park, the TSK Park, in honor of the 10 Sleepless Night, a Quail Bay band. I definitely believe that enriches our culture. They have done such tremendous work. I believe this is, 50 years that they have been at this Quail Bay music, especially in the island of St. Croix. Bill number 36-0099, I definitely is in support. I listened to the presentations by the Department of Human Services as well as the Department of Justice and how critical this bill will play in safeguarding our seniors and persons who are vulnerable in our community. So we want to have this bill for sure enacted, and I rise in support of that. Bill number 360083, the amnesty for persons who have not paid their taxes. The director of IRB and the tax assessor reported combined, we have about $250 million on the street. We got to collect it. It is part of your right and your responsibility, more importantly, as
30
good
seconds.
citizens, to pay your taxes. And that is what help run our engine for the government. That's what pays us, help put all the services that we need for our people in place. So I'm definitely in support of incentivizing those persons who have not paid their taxes. And finally, Bill 360061, which is my bill. I really appreciate the information shared by the University of the Virgin Islands in support of this measure, strong support, because it is a recruitment.
Time.
Mr. President, I wrap up. Is a recruitment mechanism for the University of the Virgin Islands, and I really appreciated their candor in being very supportive, both them and the GRS. So I look forward to voting on all of these measures in these blocks. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the measures in block number 2. And I'll start off, of course, with bill number 36-0083, which I'm a co-sponsor on, a primary sponsor on, which an act to establish a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties and payments for outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes. And of course, there is an amendment that's coming shortly to, again, further delineate the requirement in that particular area and set some boundaries and guardrails in respect to the years of payment. We look forward to the collections in that area, especially as it pertains to property tax. We saw a decrease in the amount of property tax that was collected during this fiscal year, and we're looking forward to ramping up the collection in that particular area. Bill number 36-0099, the expanding of the elder and dependent adult abuse prevention. I certainly stand in support of that. This body has been instrumental in moving a number of elderly abuse legislation forward to include this one. And I think this is a problem that we continue to see here, and we're really scratching the surface. And in fact, we have to continue to do a deep dive in addressing this particular issue. From information that continue to surface, this is a problem in our community, and we're seeing it more and more every single day. And I think that the Police Department, Human Services, and creating that whole multidisciplinary team is a good approach to this situation because, again, the necessary referrals that need to be made to address this particular issue are going to be instrumental in us being able to address this. But it's a problem, and we need to address that. So I want to commend the bill sponsor in moving that legislation forward. Of course, bill number 36-0121, the renaming of the Peter Lindberg Park to the Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Night Quail Bay Band, is something that continue to keep our history and culture alive and well. And these individuals have been doing this for many, many decades. I think it's only fitting that this park is named in their honor, and the proper signage is done to ensure that that occurs. In Bill number 36.0123, again, the motor vehicle, commercial motor vehicle, and being able to ensure that individuals that's operating these vehicles don't operate with a alcohol content of a point. Well, moving it now, the content is 0.08. This one would be 0.04. And I don't know that we understand the gravity of the situation with these when they're operating these vehicles. These are large trailer trucks. A lot of times it used to really spook me and grieve my heart when you go driving down on parade route time. Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up here. During those parade times where you see these individuals that's drinking and operating these tractor trailer heads and stuff like that. Sometimes they're hanging out of the vehicle with one hand, they have a drink in the other hand, and many times I've stopped those individuals back in the days and dragged them out of those vehicles and put somebody else to operate them because the impact of them harming individuals could be real catastrophic there. And of course, the training is essential in our last bill there. Training is essential to proficiency, so I support the additional training that's required for our security guard. Again, I stand in support of all the measures in this particular block, and I commend the sponsors and moving this legislation forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support all of the measures in Block 2. Mr. President, I rise to support all in this block. Bill number 36083, which provides an amnesty on penalties and waivers on property, income tax or gross receipt taxes. I must commend the bill sponsor, as this will allow individuals to navigate difficult financial times with allowing them to pay what they owe without additional late fees. Bill number 360121, which renames the Olympic Park to the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Night, Quilbe Ban, has my full, complete support. I mean, I'm a quadrille dancer, and who don't know, I'll tell you guys from now, when the music starts, if you came with your knee hurting, it's gonna stop until the music stops. So that's for sure. Bill number 360136. I must commend individuals who gonna be carrying a deadly weapon. We need to make sure they are trained. It's very important to make sure they are trained. Safety aspect of the guns and your behavior level as well, because if you carry a bad behavior and you're carrying although you're working as a security officer, it's key that you be trained if you're going to be carrying deadly force. Bill number 360123, I'm in full support as well. Nobody shouldn't be driving any vehicles, and moreover, a heavy equipment, worse. Bill number 360061 and 360099 are straightforward, so I'll be supporting them. So thank you again. At the appropriate time, I'll be casting my vote accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Mary C. James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all the measures in block number 2. I want to first start out by wishing Stanley Jacobs a happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday. So it's only fitting that today we're voting on the act to rename the Peter Carl Olympic Park the 10 Sleepless Nights Park. I also want to say that the bill regarding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act right now is very relevant to me because I'm assisting an elderly person who has been facing withdrawals from her bank account that were not authorized. And so we need to remember in this community that elder abuse can happen in so many different forms. And it's important, especially in this day and age when most of our seniors live on fixed incomes that we protect them from financial exploitation by others. The bill with the other measures, it makes sense that if someone returns to the university and they're going to be contributing, that they not be penalized, and especially if they enroll in a different retirement plan. For me, that's the salient point. It's not the same plan. When it comes to the amnesty, I understand that from the testimony, I sat in on the vetting of that particular measure, and I know that the sponsor is going to be making an amendment to correct, a technical amendment really, but that's a measure to help people, and I commend the sponsor for doing so. Regarding the alcohol level, we need to realize that young persons need to be regulated, because we really can't rely on self-regulation nowadays to the extent that we may have in the past, unfortunately. So I commend the sponsor for this measure. I know that he also indicated
30
that
seconds.
he's going to be doing an amendment. So I will be supporting all the measures in this block. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Marie C. James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Sir.
And I too rise in support of all of these bills. I wanted to just expand a little bit on the statement just made by my colleague. So we will be putting forth an amendment to this bill, because right now, I think we're a little heavy-handed with the 21-year-olds, our youngsters. Right now, the bill is real strong on any alcohol level in their blood. So we're going to let them comply with the existing law. So the 21-year-olds, we will be making an amendment. There's also another amendment because the police commissioner has reached out to me, and they're actually going to be establishing a sobriety checkpoint program. They're going to be doing 12 checkpoint programs and checking these commercial drivers. And so there's a fund that's going to be established for the penalties, and that fund will be distributed to the police department, the impaired driving and checkpoint safety program fund. 25% will go directly to the police department, and the balance will go to the Office of Highway Safety to support these programs. So I am supporting all of these measures. I want to talk particularly about the Elderly Abuse Prevention Act, which is very, very important. You know, elderly abuse is happening in our community, and we need to protect our elders by all means necessary, because it happens. Some of the elderly gentlemen, I went to a conference by Ms. Richards for the Federal Credit Union, and she detailed the different ways that elderly abuse occurs. I mean, it's incredible. It's not just financially. It's mentally. It's preventing them from going, you know, different areas. It's just so good that this bill 36099 is now before us. I definitely support that. Renaming the Olympic Park to the TSK Park, I'm in favor of that. The bill number 0061 to allow retirees who are receiving an annuity from the government, who are subsequently employed by UVI, to continue to receive the GRS annuity. I'm in favor of that. And also bill number 36-0083. We've all seen the aftermaths of Hurricane Melissa, how it affected Jamaica on Tuesday. That was a 1 Category 5 hurricane. Well, a few years ago, we went through 2 Category 5 hurricanes. So I commend the bill sponsor Yes, it's definitely. So I commend the bill sponsor because we have suffered. We have went through that twice in a span of 2 weeks. So I definitely commend the bill sponsor, and at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I will be voting in favor of all of these measures. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the bills in this block. And I definitely will be voting accordingly at the appropriate time. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Ville, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting for all the measures in this block, and I'll make the vote at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Wow, what happened here? Thank you very much, Senator Ville. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's definitely not going to happen 3 in a row, so let's not get too happy. Mr. President, I too rise in support of most, if not all, of the bills in this block, but I specifically want to point out, of course, bill number 36-0083, which I offered alongside Senator Novalee Francis Jr., which establishes a 90-day amnesty for the amnesty period, that is, for the waiver of penalties on outstanding income tax, property tax, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years, a measure that will definitely provide real relief to taxpayers and business owners across the territory. This bill was offered as an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the last Committee on Rules and Judiciary, which passed successfully. And today I also circulated an amendment number 36-619, which each of you should have in your email and circulated on your desks today, to strike language in Section 1 regarding the IRB waiving penalties and interest for outstanding real property taxes. As we know, that was definitely an error, as the IRB don't handle real property taxes. So that's already addressed under the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. I ask your support at the appropriate time. Additionally, I want to thank the bill sponsor of bill number 36-0099. Again, that's the Finance Chair, Senator Francis, which amends and expands the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act. You know, we must always look out for our seniors and the most vulnerable citizens in our community. And even after hearing some of my colleagues yesterday, I know
30 seconds.
A lot of us are on our way there as well. So we have to look out for, again, those vulnerable in our community. I ask your support. Yes, Senator Johnson, I speak to you as well, as you're the closest, you often state, right? But I ask for your support, colleagues, of these measures and the broader block of the bills before us today as we continue to represent the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Colleagues, I also rise in support of all of the items in block number 3. 2, I'm rushing things. Block number 2. We're beginning with bill number 36-0061. Really extending the benefits that has already been offered to the people in the central government. I was the original author of the legislation that allowed government employees to come back to work while retaining their earned annuity, so they could receive both their annuity and their new salary. So extending these benefits to UVI, I think, is a no-brainer. I'm in full support of that. The amnesty bill, it really allows us to get critically needed infusion of cash into our coffers by extending, these amnesty periods for waiver of penalties to incentivize folks to come and pay their outstanding bills. Bill number 36-0099, the Elder Abuse and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act, really an opportunity to protect the health and safety of the most vulnerable among us. That is how we as a society will be judged. Did we look out for the people who couldn't look out for themselves? So I'm in full support of that. Bill 36-0121, the renaming of the Peter Carl Limpridge Park to the TSK Park in honor of Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. I'm honored to be a part of this bill. Stanley has been an iconic fixture, an iconic presence here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they have been key individuals with respect to a commitment to keeping our culture alive. So it is really awesome that we've taken the initiative to name that park on their behalf. I know also, my understanding is that one of my brothers is working really hard to bring Stanley here to St. Thomas, the capital, for, I believe it's Christmas. So Christmas serenading so that St. Thomians can have an opportunity to experience what Crucians have experienced for so long. We appreciate your generosity, Mr. Vice President.
30 seconds.
Bill 36-0123, drinking while driving a commercial vehicle. That's the most deadly combination. So having this bill in place, I think, is absolutely in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. I appreciate the responsiveness of the bill's author, who, understanding that the legal age of drinking in the Virgin Islands is 18, made some adjustments, some amendments to that bill to not really unfairly penalize or criminalize younger persons who can legally drink. So I appreciate that. And finally, bill number 36-0136.
Time.
The bill mandating the legal weapon training for security guards and investigators is responsible legislation. Kudos to the bill sponsor for that. So at the appropriate time, colleagues, I plan to vote affirmatively for all of the items in block number 2.
Point of information.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to correct myself and thank you to the Rules Chair. I credited the wrong senator for bill number 36-0099, and I want to give that credit to Senators Bolkes, Marvin Blyden, and Senator Avery Lewis. That's on the expanding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act. Thank you. And once Stanley comes to St. Thomas, make sure you have enough bottles of Jimmy Jam with the guava berry in there, please. Thank you.
We will work on that, sir. Thank you for that suggestion. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in block 2?
Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System, who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, to continue to receive their GRS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0061, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, allowing retirees who are receiving an annuity from the Government Employees Retirement System who are subsequently employed by the University of the Virgin Islands to continue to receive their GERS annuity while receiving their salary from the university if the retiree enrolls in a different retirement plan, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please.
Bill number 36-0083, an act establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto.
Roll call. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise to offer amendment number 36-619, offered by yours truly. Bill number 36-0083 is amended in Section 1 by striking item number 1 and renumbering the remaining items accordingly. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittens, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Senator Novell E. Francis, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator VLA, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. I move amendment number 36-5A3. Bill number 36-0083 is amended as follows. A, in Section 1, by striking all, and 2, by inserting prior to calendar year 2024 after the word years. I so move.
Thank you. Properly moved by Senator Corte Villa, seconded by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0083, an act amending, establishing a 90-day amnesty period for the waiver of penalties for payment of outstanding property taxes, income taxes, and gross receipt taxes for all tax years to assist taxpayers and businesses recovering from the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria and Tropical Storm Ernesto, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please.
Bill number 36-0099, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, expanding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yea. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0099, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, expanding the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Prevention Act, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, please.
Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Lindberg Park the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Quail Bay Band and making an appropriation to effectuate that change.
Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer amendment number 36-615 to Bill number 36-0121. Bill number 36-0121 is amended in the following instances. A, on page 2, 1, line 4, by inserting after distinction, and 2, line 9, by inserting annual music before scholarship programs. B, on page 3, 1, line 9, by inserting masqueraders after jumbies. C, on page 4, 1, line 21, by inserting the following clauses. E, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, honors and commends the 10 Sleepless Nights for their outstanding dedication to preserving, promoting, and performing Quail Bay as the official music of the Virgin Islands for more than 55 years. F, the President of the Legislature or the President's designee shall present a perma plaque copy of this act to the 10 Sleepless Nights or to a representative at an appropriate ceremony recognizing the 10 Sleepless Nights' more than 5 decades of cultural excellence and invaluable contributions to the territory. 2, redesignating the existing subsection E as subsection G. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Roll call on the bill as amended, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, not voting. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0121, an act to rename the Peter Carl Limprich Park the TSK Park in honor of the 10 Sleepless Nights Qualby Band and making an appropriation to effectuate that change as amended has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. The committee stands in recess. Session stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleague, session is back on the record once again. Madam Clerk, can you please read call up the next item in block 2?
Bill number 36, that's 0123, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, making it unlawful for a person who has 0.04% or more by weight of alcohol in his blood to operate a commercial motor vehicle, and making it unlawful for a person under the age of 21 years who has any detectable amount of alcohol in his blood to operate a motor vehicle.
Roll call. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes.
Point.
Okay.
We ain't had a roll call yet. Afterwards. Okay. Roll call on bill number 36, that's 0123.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boca Jr. Senator Boca Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, not voting. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0123, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, making it unlawful for a person who has 0.04% or more by weight of alcohol in his blood to operate a commercial motor vehicle, and making it unlawful for a person under the age of 21 years who has any detectable amount of alcohol in his blood to operate a motor vehicle, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill number 36-0123, the short title of that bill would be revised to reflect what is in the body of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the final item in Block 2?
Bill number 36-0136, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, by adding new sections 1331 through 1336, mandating lethal weapon training for security guards and investigators.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Did you say Title 23 or Title 3? Okay, it's
Title 23.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0136, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, by adding new sections 1331 through 1336, mandating lethal weapon training for security guards and investigators, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for the final block of the day, Block 3?
Block number 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0140, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 403, clarifying the term of service for members of the Historic Preservation Commission. Bill number 36-0141, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy. Bill number 36-0142, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members for the board of members of the board for the licensing of barbering and cosmetology. Bill number 36-0201, an act extending the deadlines for the 6th Constitutional Convention of the Virgin Islands and appropriating funding for the convention. Bill number 36-0119, an act amending Act number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriated funds to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randall Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix to allow for non-germane amendments. This concludes the reading of block number 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will proceed with a 3-minute round, beginning with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise in support of all the pieces of legislation in this block. As it relates to 36-0140, making sure that the term of the members of the Historic Preservation Commission, I think this is something that is very necessary. As you know, or you might not have known, the members on that particular board are somewhat staggered, and we're trying to formulate it where it's a little bit more consistent. As it relates to 36-0141, add a term of service for appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy, again, this is making sure that we attempt to uniform our boards across the board. 36-0142, another board bill, licensing and barbering and cosmetology. And it's basically to just change the number for the maximum number of members on that board. 36-0119, I am in support of this, where we are going to be transferring the money towards the Doc James Racetrack. You know, dealing with this racetrack has been a long, long situation, unfortunately, for our sisters and brothers in St. Croix. And I am definitely in support because we would like to see a robust horse racing community rise back up in both districts. so that we could get back to, interchanging horse racing and really enjoying something that's a part of our culture in both of the districts. So I look forward to that money getting transferred, and ultimately the Doc James racetrack rises back to the glory as it previously was. As it relates to 36-0201, I have still not made up my mind as whether or not we should change the date. I'm very much concerned. I don't have a problem with us changing the date for turning in and reporting purposes, but I really had a concern as it relates to changing the date as to when we would actually be executing the voting on this. One of the reasons why this particular legislation was set up the way it was is for it to fall during a general election, because we know historically, as we looked at the numbers of voters coming out, whether it's for initiatives, whether it's for special elections, it's very low. So attempting to have them come out during a
30
general
seconds.
election, the hope was that when it comes to Constitution, this is something that's going to be guiding the Virgin Islands for years to come. And we do not want a very small percentage of people that might turn out to be the ones deciding what course this entire community will be going on for the rest of, I'm sure things could be amended, but it's not something I think we should take lightly. I know they can educate the public on it. I don't question that. But I am still, after looking at some of the previous numbers for even voting on referendums, the argument was that even when people come out and they have to get to the end of a voting block, vote on voting day, they barely vote for referendums. But you could also flip that. You should be grateful maybe the people that showed up are the only ones that are going to vote on it because so many came out. Because if they're not going to vote on it when they show up on a general election, do you honestly believe that they're going to show up when they don't have to come, when it's not a general election? So that's a major concern for me, but I think I heard my time was called, and I will continue to listen and make a decision accordingly later on. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of all of these measures in this bill, in this block. I definitely want to speak in regards to the funding for the Randall Dames track. Definitely want to speak about that because there's circulation about amendments to move money from this track here. Not a dime moving from this $5 million. This money is insufficient to do what needs to be done to the Randall James racetrack. So I'm telling you, nobody come with no amendment to touch 1 penny out of the Randall James track. Not 1 penny. It's going to be hell and high waters inside here. Make it clear. Not a dime. It's insufficient fund as it is already. It doesn't really get the track going. And I'm not going to sit here and watch them trying to start something on the island of St. Croix and let a dime come out of it. Not 1 penny. Make that ultimately clear inside here. Bill number 36-0201. I really, really appreciate the 6th Constitutional Convention. When you look at the dynamics of the makeup, it's a very, very good makeup of the youths, the middle age, and the seniors. And I strongly believe that this 6th Constitution is going to go forward and do big things for the people of this territory. I strongly believe that to my core, that this is going to work this time. And I appreciate what they're asking for, the time to make sure that they can educate the public and also give the public a chance to weigh in on it. When they spoke here yesterday, it was very clear that none of the times it came back to the people. It went from the Constitution to the governor and then went forward. They're asking for these time and these pushback so that they can have the people to hear and speak on it. And I appreciate that. And I look forward into supporting just about whatever they request to assist them. At the appropriate time, I will be voting in measure of all of these measures in this block. But make it clear, not one dime from the Randall Dock
30
James
seconds.
track. Not a dime. That $5 million stays on the island of St. Croix to start this track and get it going. Not a dime from this, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Franklin Johnson, thank you very much. Senator Angel Volquez Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if the AC shut off or the previous speaker was so hot. But, Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. And I wanted to start off with the 6th Constitutional Convention. And this convention, and the numeral for 6 is V and I, you know? So if you really look at it like that, I'm a numerologist myself. But I have a lot of faith in this convention. We have tried numerous times, and we have learned from our mistakes, and we have a body of individuals, young and old, and they are working together. And I'm very, very proud to see the things that they've been able to accomplish in the short amount of time that they've been working together. And I'm hoping that they continue along the paths of creating our very own, very first constitution for our Virgin Islands. And while I support all of these bills, I wanted to make a statement because the work that they're doing is so important. Because as we know, we had to approve funding for the SNAP for our people. And while I support our people, we have a reliance on the federal government that we need to move away from. We have our basic needs and assistance are coming from the federal government, and we are both economically and structurally under the federal government's support, and we really need to sustain ourselves. And I'm hoping that with this constitution, we will learn how to become more independent as a Virgin Islands and be able to sustain ourselves. And again, Mr. President and colleagues, I support all the other measures before us, and I look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Volquez Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, colleagues. I'd like to start off with bill number 36-0140. This bill, I was so glad we were able to clarify some information that was needed as to the members on the Historic Preservation Commission. This is a very important piece of clarification that was necessary, so I will be voting in favor of this when it comes up. Bill number 36-0141, in reference to the appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy. This is another issue that we really, really, really need to always clarify the terms of service, and board membership is always a challenge in the Virgin Islands. And so the more clarity we add to the process, I think the better it is overall for everyone. So I will be supporting this measure as well. Bill number 36-0142, as it relates to, again, changing the maximum number of members on the Board of Licensing for Barbering and Cosmetology. Again, another board issue. The more clarity that we have on these boards, hopefully we could get more individuals willing to serve, understand the length of time and the responsibility of these positions. So I will be supporting that. In reference to bill number 36-0119, I stand with my colleague that this is an issue that we have exhaustively discussed. All the monies that will be spent on the Randall Dock James track should be used to, in fact, to pursue the track improvement and the paddock improvement. So I will be supporting that measure. And we'll be looking for any additional funding that we could possibly get to continue improving horse racing in St. Croix. Last but not least, Bill 36-0201. We had a very extensive discussion yesterday with the president of the 6th Constitutional Convention. And
30 seconds.
I personally have my concerns about us drawing up legislation for a fixed appropriation, a fixed time period, and at the same time disregarding it just because someone couldn't meet the mandate of the bill. This is problematic for me, but it's a very important issue, and I think I may have an exception to make with this, but because of my financial background, you know, if you're gonna set budgets, you gotta stick to the budget. If you're gonna set timelines, you gotta stick to them. And we too often don't do that. And it frustrates a lot of people who have to meet their financial obligation on time. You know, if I'm a professor and I give out an assignment, I want it done when I tell you I need it done. If I'm your boss and I tell you I need you to do this report at a certain time and that's how much we're going to spend on it, that's what it should be. But too often in government, that's not what we do. We just keep coming back, and we keep giving them, no matter what the issue is. And we don't have the money. So I say this because this is not going to be the first time. It's going to happen again and again. And I just want my colleagues to keep this in mind. Thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. President. I yield the rest.
You're in the negative, Senator. Well, thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of these bills in this block here today. I want to be clear in indicating I definitely saw that many of these bills were properly vetted in the committees of jurisdiction, and they didn't have any opposition. So I am ready to vote on them at the appropriate time. But I want to take this opportunity to talk about the work that needs to be done at our sister track in the Island District of St. Croix, the Randall Doc James racetrack. I know that track very well. I've gone to that track from a little girl many a time to see horse races. I remember it pained me so greatly that we were having horse races here in St. Thomas that I sent out a press release for the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, and Sports and Park to call in VIGL. Those human beings were not doing any work there to help horse racing in the Big Island. And with that, the chairman subpoenaed VIGL to come before the body. And that's when they found out, and it was in opposition with some of the people who are really from the Big Island of St. Croix, who weren't very supportive of that being subpoenaed to come and testify before that committee. And it was in that committee we found out that really they were bamboozling us. They were bamboozling the people of St. Croix. And so it took us St. Tomia now to appropriate some monies to get things moving and get things D-O-N-E exclamation point. But I'm going to tell you something. All of us is Virgin Islanders. We are all Virgin Islanders, and it's a good day. Now, I do have some concerns because when we had the committee and the Racing Commission was before us, as well as the committee, the Commissioner of Sports, Park, and Recreation,
30
they
seconds.
couldn't tell us how much money they've been earning from the horse races over here in St. Thomas. We have to see what revenues are coming in. That's our fiduciary right here as a legislature. So I do have an amendment. But the amendment source of funds is going to come. And I'll bring it at the appropriate time because we have to have a, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'm going to wrap up. We have to have some type of assessment to see how much money this can produce. We are cash strapped. We have a lack of cash flow, and we need to see that we are not just putting money out there and not getting any returns. We have to be able to get some returns. And so I'm looking forward and hoping that when I do bring that amendment, that my colleagues and I will work together to ensure that we are holding people accountable. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't know why I'll come after shots has been fired. Because we know as a police officer, I'm going to respond. By nature and by responsibility. Don't fire a shot. We won't have a problem. So all of a sudden we want to find for a study to be done on the track on St. Croix. Horse racing on St. Croix. Horse racing been going on for 50, 60, 70 years. All of a sudden, you want to find out about it. That bill is dead on arrival. That bill is dead on arrival. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Mr. President?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you.
Colleagues? Okay.
So I rise in support of all the measures in this particular block. Certainly, they have gone through the Committee of Jurisdiction, gone through the Rules and Judiciary Committee, and now in this final area. Bill number 36-0119, which appropriates $5 million to the horse track and St. Croix, is insufficient. We know that. However, it's a start, and it'll get us going. Hopefully that we could work on the racing surface, the barn area, as well as start some of the work that's needed for the railings. So we'll be working feverishly to make sure that that gets going. In respect to bill number 36-0201, again, the 6th Constitution Convention, I'm in support of the need for us to be able to get this completed. I hope and pray that this is the last one that we'll be doing, that we could really get the work being done there. So as a result of that, we want to make sure that they're given the necessary resources, the funding, to be able to achieve and accomplish the tasks that's set out for them. The other measures that's before us is certainly something that I will be supporting. I just want to go back again to the Dr. Randall James racetrack. We'll have to kind of find the additional funding that will be required. I think that the Sports Park and Recreation have already indicated that there is some $12 to $14 million that's going to be required for this. And, we'll continue to do our due diligence to make sure that we're working towards that, to make sure that we bring back horse racing to the people of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands, so that we could have competitive racing. There's no need for us to be pitting one district against the next. I think that the goal to be achieved here is that we could have all of the districts working together, have competitive racing throughout, also look at our sister BVIs to be a part of this, and we really could have a fair and competitive horse racing Triple Crown as well, throughout the entire U.S. and BVI. So that's my goal. That's what we'll be working towards, and that is what we endeavor to do. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the whole block. Bill number 36-0140, an act, Title 3, of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 4.3, clarifying the term of service of Historic Preservation Commission support. Bill number 360141, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 22, Section 415, to add a term of service to appointees to the Board of Physical Therapy. I'm in support. Bill number 360142, an act amending Title 27, Code Chapter 17, Section 45, by changing the maximum number of members on the Board of Licensing of Barbering and Cosmetology. I'm in support. Bill number 360201, an act extending the deadlines for the 66th Constitutional Convention of the Virgin Islands and appropriating funds for the convention. I'm in support. I feel personally like the American Constitution didn't done in a short period of time, so the Virgin Island Constitution will be done this sixth time around. It will be completed and passed for the people to enjoy, so I'm supporting it. And Bill 360202, I'm in support. Bill 360203, I'm in support. And Bill 360119, an act amending number 8651 by reprogramming the appropriate funds to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to fund the completion of the Randall James racetrack on St. Croix. Without question, brothers, sisters, cousins, family, everybody on St. Croix been screaming who are wrong horse racing. I know that we still got a Trasco mountain to climb, because I personally feel we need to make sure we get some money to square them away. Because even with the RFP going out, I don't see no businessman gonna build a building to give nobody for 2 years to run. Every investment that you make as a business person, most of your money is made in the inception of the business being operated.
30 seconds.
So that's a problem that needs to be addressed. But with $5 million, I hope we can get a office together so who are own horse and have native breed horse could start to move them. I'm in support for that. And the bonds and what's not. But the Trasco situation needs to be settled before we go forward. You can't send out the RFP and nobody is coming to the Virgin Islands to run horse racing on St. Croix to build a building or a whole, whatever the situation is, and put all your funds together to allow a next person to walk away with their money.
Time.
So let's be real. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Maurice C. James, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we definitely heard a Freudian slip today. It took a Saint-Omian. That was a Freudian slip. I am telling you. You know what's interesting, though, is that Randall Doc James was not a violent person. He was actually a healer, you know? And it's really sad that I would hear such violent words expressed around his name. I'm like, what's going on here? You know, we need to calm down. And $5 million we start with, and I agree with Senator Noel Francis, and I will call his name because it takes a lot to ruffle his feathers. And man, I saw them ruffled today, but he maintained his composure, and I respect that. But I agree with him that, in fact, we start now. And I agree with my colleague from the West. Yeah, right, there will be no reduction. I agree with that, too. We will just build little by little, right? And we'll get it to where it should be. It's just sad. It's just sad because I knew how much my father loved horse racing. And I also knew how much he loved the island of St. Croix and how much he loved the Virgin Islands. So I'm hoping going forward that when his name is called in this regard with the racetrack, that it will somehow bring us together and it will not divide us. I'm really hoping for that. When it comes to the 6th Constitutional Convention, I think that we have such a great mix of people right now working together on that convention. I know former Senator Usi Richards really well. I know his intellect, his commitment. I've seen the two young people that were here last night, Miss Daniel and Mr. Hodge, and they're so articulate. And you can see the hope and optimism and enthusiasm that they have
30
for
seconds.
serving on this Constitutional Convention. And I do like the fact that Senator Bolkes, I believe, like that too. The V and the I, the 6, yeah. I'm there with you on that. So I expect a wonderful draft to come out from the Constitutional Convention. I will be voting in the affirmative on all the measures in this block. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Mary C. James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again to the listening and viewing audience. I'm in support of all of the measures in this block. Bill number 36-0201. You know, in the Virgin Islands, we go way, way back, even before the revolution in Haiti, even before Nat Turner Revolution, even before the American Revolution. We had that revolution in St. John, Catharinaburg. We had in over 175 years ago with Queen Mary, the revolution in St. Croix. We had Governor Van Holten free the slaves. We have a long history of trying to achieve freedom. And in 1954, we got our Organic Act. It was approved by Congress. So that's 71 years ago. Well, Sapopa. You know, we have had, this is the 6th Constitutional Convention. That means it's 6 times we have been trying to get a constitution. So it's about time the Virgin Islands can accomplish this. You know, right now we can't vote for president. We have a delegate to Congress that can't vote on a day like today. You see, today is when we're in session. I want to give you a little Virgin Islands history. Today, the Milton Potter is the president. You notice we address him as president. Every other time someone sits in that chair, we call him a chairman. This is the day he becomes a president because this is the day when the senators cast a vote that makes law. All the other times we are advancing bills, etc., resolutions to get to this day. This is the most important day of all the senators. This is when we cast a vote that then goes to the governor for further review and action. Our delegate to Congress has no vote in a day like today in the Congress. So the Constitutional Convention, once it's approved, I approve
30 seconds.
Giving them this extra money, giving them this extra time, because, you know, with Delegate Hodge, Uzi Richards, Miss Jennings, we have a good team that's working very hard. People of the Virgin Islands, once that Constitutional Convention is finished with their work, it then goes back to the people for your final review and action. So we need to get a constitution. The people of the Virgin Islands, our ancestors are looking over our shoulders. Let's give the Constitutional Convention this additional time and the money so we can get this done, and all of we will be able to say we got our own Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I rise in support of all of the bills in this block, but I'll speak briefly to bill number 360201, the Constitutional Convention that my colleague so adamantly spoke about just now. The Constitution is a very important document, and it will shape many decisions on what we do here in the territory for many Virgin Islanders in the future. I believe that the 6th Constitutional Convention and the delegates and the president at this time are doing a very good job. They're asking for more time and funding to assure that they do it the right way this time. And it's important that we, as legislators, do just that in terms of assuring that we do it the right way this time. They made a statement yesterday saying that they really want this to be the last time. I agree with them. Because imagine we're in 2025 and we still don't have a constitution. What I say about us? So we must assure that we give them what they need to accomplish their mission. And again, I thank you for the time, Mr. President, and I will be voting in affirmative on all of these bills in this block. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Ville, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me talk about the Constitution first. We need to get it done. It's been a lengthy process. The 5th Constitutional Convention, the document was sent to the mainland in 2009. There was no action after. It took 13 years to draft a next bill to convene the 6th Constitutional Convention. So I don't understand why there is this particular rush that it needs to be completed in this abbreviated period of time, or the period of time that was prescribed by law, when they are telling us that they need an extension. We waited 13 years to bring legislation. 13 years. It is here now. We have a different composition for the first time in the Constitutional Convention members. And we need to give them the opportunity to complete the job. And I think with that mix of young and senior individuals, that this is the best opportunity, because those young ones are going to be using the social media to get it out. And they would also be able to galvanize their friends to be a part of the process. And we need this for self-governance. And when you have self-governance, you have the ability to come into this chamber and say, not a dime. You have the opportunity to come into this chamber and say, D-O-N-E, done. Sin, told me and do it for you. When you come into this chamber, you have the opportunity to say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands. I will vote at the appropriate time.
Senator Ville, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really didn't appreciate the tone earlier, but I'll keep it respectful, and I'll skip that. And I'll just state that I will be voting on all the measures in this bill as they are called in this block, and I do concur with my fellow colleague from Frederick said that not a dime will be taken away from the Randall Dock James racetrack to be used for any other purposes. And again, like I stated, at the appropriate time, I will be voting in accordance. I also ask for your consideration as I will offer 2 amendments, one to address the DPNR expedited permitting process, which we agreed with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources that we will make a minor adjustment. That amendment was distributed and shared with each of you, and also the amendment that's really crucial as our judicial system is now facing the retirement of at least 3 judges. That amendment was also shared with you, and it simply addresses the fact that each of those judges or all judges will remain until replaced or until they are renamed to the bench. At the appropriate time, I ask for your support on these amendments, and I look forward to ending today's session on a good note. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Colleagues, I rise in support of all of the bills in block number 3. The bills, I know, without question, I've learned that boards and commissions do most of the heavy lifting in the government of the Virgin Islands. So the 3 bills that focus on making some adjustments and amendments to the way that the commissions and committee boards work really is in our best interest to promote efficiency. So I do support Bill number 36-0140, Historic Preservation Commission adjustments, Bill 36-0141, Board of Physical Therapy, and Bill number 36-0142, the Board of Licensing of Barbering and Cosmetology. Regarding Bill number 36-0201, the 6th Constitutional Convention, I too was a little skeptical about another extension regarding the Constitutional Convention, somewhat feeling as though it is high time that we finally get this thing done. But we elected some very competent persons to this Constitutional Convention. I was just very impressed with the eloquence of particularly some of the younger persons on this commission. I was very excited, very hopeful about our future, given how invested and committed our young people are to ensure that we have a constitution that our parents and our children and grandchildren can be proud of. So I am willing to listen to them. They've been close to the ground with regards to this initiative. They're saying they need a little more time to make it happen. I'm willing to give them another opportunity and extend the funding to make it happen. I think the difference that I see this go around is that we have millennials, Gen Zs, and even younger folks whose voice was absent in past conventions. And with these young people who are taking leadership roles in this convention, they are going to get the word out to their peers, and they are going to come out, I'm optimistic, in droves to let their voices be heard. With respect to Bill number 36-0119, the
30 seconds.
Randall Doc James racetrack funding on the island of St. Croix, I absolutely yield to my colleagues on the Big Island. It is my hope that this initiative will bear fruit. And I think when horse racing is successful on all of our islands, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and the BVI, it leads to a lot more excitement, a lot more productivity in that area when it comes to horse racing. So at the appropriate time, I plan to vote affirmatively for all of the bills in this final block of the day. Colleagues, do I hear? No, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you please call up? Oh, you need a? Okay, colleagues, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Committee, the session is in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you very much.